Thank you. It's 11:34. We return to session. City Manager, anything to report from closed session?
Nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Let's see, where do we leave off? We're on the consent calendar, I believe. Does any council member wish to remove anything from the consent calendar?
Yes, Your Honor. Can I pull 8D, please?
Okay. 8D as in dog. Okay. Councilman Kaji.
Like to pull 8G.
8G as in golf. 8F. Okay. Any other items? Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the
Motion,
consent calendar for except 8D, G, and F?
motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety with the exception of 8D, 8F, 8G.
Second.
Start voting, please.
A quick draw McGraw.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Shake? How would you like to vote? Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, 8D.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Fiat regarding Little Company Mary. If I'm understanding correctly, could you tell me the total amount the Little Company of Mary has contributed to our village?
They originally did $850,000, and then this is the second contribution of $400,000. So it's a total of $1,250,000.
Thank you. $1,250,000, right?
50,000.
50,000. Almost took an extra 50 grand away from you. I'm sorry. All right. Thank you. That's the questions that I have. And this was there's two, or did they make a commitment to do another donation after these two?
Contributions for a total of $1,250,000.
And did they make any commitment after this second donation?
They have not as of yet, Councilwoman.
Okay. Thank you.
Keeping my fingers crossed, though.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll take a motion to approve item 8D.
I move to approve item 8D.
Second.
Start voting, please. Thank you.
Next items is item 8G as in golf.
You're at 8F.
Oh, I went the other way. 8F.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to thank the members of the Friends of the Torrance Library for raising $43,000. And my question, I have a couple of questions. I want to thank the librarian for, is she here?
No, City Librarian Cousins has been sent home for the evening.
Oh.
I will step in her stead, council member.
Okay, the question one is, what's the involvement of the Library Commission with this activity? Do they help promote the events or help Friends of the Library?
Thank you, Councilmember Shake, John LaRock, Community Services. The Library Commission works with the city staff in developing the summer reading program, all of the materials, the benefits that the participants receive, as well as the reading program that they involve in over the 10-week program. They also receive a monthly update from the staff on the Friends of the Library activities in terms of their fundraising activities, their book sale annually, as well as their other endeavors to support the library.
So this is in collaboration for the Library Commission and Friends of the Library.
That's correct. The Friends Group exists solely as a 501c3 charitable organization to raise funds and support library programs. In this case, a sizable donation to facilitate the summer reading program.
So this 43K will be toward one of those library programs.
It will fully fund the summer reading program, which is a 10-week program at all the branch libraries. It includes, obviously, a summer reading list that's curriculum connected to the school district, and then there are incentives, prizes, live programming, and so forth, really to continue the curriculum studies of the students in the city through the summer so they don't have any lag when they return in the fall. And then all the collateral material that we provide about the program, online and in print, recognizes the Friends as the major donor.
And do we have some kind of recognition for them, like any certificate for the Friends of the Library?
We do an appreciation at the commission meeting after the summer reading program is over, because we present all the statistics about participation, the winners of the program, and so forth.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Mayor. So at this point, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 8F as in Frank.
I second.
What? What just happened?
We just need to sync up the button pushing with the verbal.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, we're on item 8G as in golf.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have some questions for the city treasurer related to 8G. First question is, given the turmoil in the banking industry, what impact would there be should the city's banking institutions be deemed insolvent?
Tim Goodrich, City Treasurer. Council member, we contacted Bank of America, and Bank of America passed the most recent Federal Reserve stress test. We currently have 23 million in assets in that account, but that's only a small portion of our entire portfolio, and that's one of the reasons why diversification is an important strategy in protecting our assets.
Thank you. And then last question, what exposure would the city have given that the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation deposit of insurance limits are $250,000?
Well, the exposure is somewhat undetermined because we don't know what the federal government would do to step in. So far, as we've seen in 2 financial crises in a row, that the banks have proven too big to fail, and they've received bailouts, and consumers have been made whole. Also received word from Bank of America that California government code applies, which means they have to collateralize government money at a 110% rate. So part of that answer is undetermined, but it appears that our funds are safer than one might think at first glance.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve item 8G.
Second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. I think now we are on to administrative matters. And we're going to start out with item 6P from the city treasurer, which has been moved out of order. Is there a staff presentation?
Okay, yes, Tim Gooder, City Treasurer. I'm bringing forward a public update for the benefit of the community to see the progress that's been made in the Treasurer's office over the course of the last 9 months. First, I would like to thank the public for placing their trust in me and electing me as the City Treasurer to fix the situation that we had on our hands. I'd also like to thank the Finance Department for their help in the transition. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay. Are we on? Are we on? Half the people said yes, half the people said no. Okay. Okay. So, so just to bring us back a step and recap where we were in the city treasurer's office at 9 months ago. Inherited a situation where the office of the treasurer, the office had essentially been vacant for 4 years consecutively. 7 staff members had been reduced to just 1 interim deputy city treasurer, and that was based on an emergency resolution that was passed in 2018. Finance helped support the transition for us, and basically we started rebuilding the department from scratch and evaluating every aspect of operations. It's a perfect opportunity to do so, considering we are rebuilding from scratch. So, went into triage mode upon being elected, and the first thing I identified as a priority was to hire a deputy city treasurer. Anybody that knows anything about civil service knows that it's not the fastest system in the world. So I'm proud to say that we did hire deputy city treasurer, sitting to my left here, in what's essentially an unprecedented 90 days. She comes with a wealth of experience, being the former deputy in the city of El Segundo, more than 20 years of experience in finance and investments, and she's been absolutely great and a great fit for this position. Moving on to the next page, a little more history, just showing the activity from before coming into office 9 months ago and after, and you can see the stark difference going from 9 transactions to 40 transactions, and the volume of those trades increased by about 8-fold. And that's important, because if we're not actively investing, we are not making money, and in fact losing money in an inflationary environment especially. Going on to the next page, just a snapshot of historical returns, again, past versus present. And you can see the benefit of actively investing, whereas we improved the city yield from 0.9% to just a hair under 4%, or in real dollars, that's $800,000 compared to $4 million. And if you take that out to the end of the fiscal year, instead of just ending Q3 of this fiscal year, we're projecting a $6 million return on investments. The mayor requested some additional information regarding historical returns, and you can see here over the past 10 years and see what the returns have done just in this past year here, as well as earnings. And this is the last historical snapshot here, just looking at the past one year. You can see where that investment activity really led to an increase in yield. And that was right in between September and October of 2022. You can see that return rising significantly. That coincides with the start of trading. Next page is a snapshot of our return versus comparable cities. You'll recognize these as cities that we regularly benchmark to, specifically for labor negotiations, but it's also applicable for something like this. I will say, a bit of humility here, and it'd be nice to take 100% credit for these returns. They look amazing on paper, but in all honesty and transparency, there's a couple of other factors that I think that are important to point out. Number one, just in terms of marketplace yields, where we are right now, we were in some ways fortunate. The silver lining of not having a lot of activity meant we had a lot of money to invest at a particularly good time when marketplace yields were higher than they had been in the past. Also, the increased frequency of trades has led to it. But finally, what we will take credit for is our department's selection of the investments, where we're reviewing all the options and doing the most we absolutely can to maximize that yield. Next page is a look at the city treasurer's budget, just for a little bit of perspective. Our budget is 0.1% of the total operating fund budget, so a very small sliver, approximately $300,000 per year. The next page is a snapshot of our budget compared to the returns that we've garnered so far. And as you can see, we as a department play an outsized role. So for every expense, every $1 of expense for our department, we're generating $16 in revenue currently. So the next set of slides here is a timeline, and you can think of it as our strategic plan. So these things are in addition to the day-to-day duties. These are 14 main initiatives that we've identified as needing attention and that we're going to really be focused on in the coming quarters to improve the city treasurer's operations. First one is Deputy City Treasurer. That process is still ongoing. The council expressed that they would like to hold off on some changes until the probation process is over, which that 12 months concludes in October of 2023. The USC study, we were very fortunate to have this opportunity. Our city manager probably remembers this time from his time at the master's program at USC, and I went through it as well, where we did a capstone project, which is basically taking all the knowledge that we gained in all our master's level classes and partnered with a city on a project they had, and I keep in touch with some of the professors there. So I took them up on their offer to get this free study done as part of the USC Master Students Capstone Project. So it saved us quite a bit of money in consulting fees that we would have paid to an outside consultant otherwise. And we tasked them with going out and finding a bunch of information from comparable cities so that we can get an idea of best practices, and we received some recommendations. Actually just received their final report in the last couple of weeks, and I've started reviewing that. The next page is specifically focused on CashPro. CashPro is one of the software things that we use. So it's provided by Bank of America for us. We're in the middle of a transition from their old platform to a new platform that will give us advanced capabilities. So just to give you a small example, right now, before the transition, before the start of the transition, their CashPro system was Excel-based, and it was very antiquated, had very limited capabilities. So with this new version, it's more customizable, it's more efficient, it's web-based, and it will allow us to get to a more granular level of our data, which is important, and I'll cover that in a minute. The cash flow forecasting is important because we have to know how much money we anticipate to have in the future in order to invest. I spoke about that more granular level of data. Right now, we do cash flow forecasting on an annual basis, but our goal is to actually get it down to a quarterly basis. The reason that's important is because we can, the more idle funds that we can identify, the more funds that we know that we'll have to invest, the more we can invest and earn returns on instead of just sitting in cash, depreciating in the current inflationary environment. So that's important for us to maximize return. Just to give you an idea, just worked out some back of the envelope math while we were having our meeting here. And if we can find an additional $4 million to invest, which is feasible by improving these systems, that equates to an extra public safety officer each year. And it won't cost us anything extra to do so, just it's an efficiency. The liquidity pool, you saw this in one of the other items tonight as part of the budget item. It's a complement to LAIF. LAIF has a maximum amount of money that we can invest in, and sometimes we do max that out. Also, LAIF, it's called the weighted average maturity, and that tends to, they're not very nimble, to put it in layman's terms. We've identified a couple of other investments specifically Camp and CalTrust. That was part of the budget item tonight that our deputy treasurer used in the city of El Segundo. There's approximately 280 agencies in the state of California that use these programs that right now are providing higher yields, and they're managed by big names like BlackRock and JP Morgan, and we are looking forward to taking advantage of those as another alternative investment vehicle, because when the timing of the market is right, they can definitely outperform other investments that are available to us and give us another option. This was also an item that we just entertained under consent, item 8H, the broker selection we brought to you, and thank you for approving it, allowing another broker in our pool. Again, it just gives us more choices of investments. Not all brokers have the same investments, so from our perspective, the more choices we have, the better. And one of the benefits of this broker specifically was that they can provide data that's useful to us in a user-friendly format using software called Tableau. Reviewing the investment policy and the mandatory audit, that's actually something that is required every 3 years as part of our investment policy. And we are just entering into that phase right now, and we've identified a vendor that can complete that for us. So that should be completed by the end of fiscal year. Just as a side note, it was actually difficult to find a vendor to complete this audit for us, because we've been finding that our investment policy is much more strict than many other cities, and this requirement is unique to Torrance. We have not been able to find any other cities that have this unique audit requirement. So it was a bit of a challenge, but we found a vendor to be able to complete it. Checks and balances. This was something that was important that the members of the public kept mentioning oftentimes during the campaign, is they wanted to ensure that the checks and balances in the department were appropriate and that everything was safe and kosher. So this is an external audit. It's never been done before. We've identified costs as approximately $25,000. We already have budget for it, so that will not be a problem. And it's essentially to identify not only checks and balances, but also to help them identify best practices. The reporting software, I spoke a little bit about this, but there are other softwares that our office uses, including Simpro, which is another very outdated software. It requires a lot of manual manipulation of reports that we generate for things like the Investment Advisory Committee. And so in just increasing the operational efficiency, we're looking at other things such as the aforementioned Tableau, other software like Max Analytics, another one called Clearwater, and that'll provide some more automation for the office as well. The city charter. There are things in the city charter that I would like to review. Just, it's one little thing is all the language in the city charter as it pertains to the city treasurer refers to male pronouns, as in he and his. I know that from my time on council, we looked at doing a charter revision, a general update on our charter language and fixing that throughout our city charter, and it would apply here as well. Also, another thing that is of interest to me just at first glance without diving into it yet is a removal provision in case of an emergency. And, I've seen other cities where there's been situations where a council member went out sick for 6 months or a year and just didn't show up to X number of meetings, and there was no way to, and we had the situation here as well. So I think it's prudent to at least take a look at some sort of removal provision and what might work for other cities, and so that we don't have a repeat of history here, and that we can fix a situation if there is some sort of emergency going on. Procedures and workflows. The outgoing city treasurer, we basically inherited, there was not really anything there in terms of how to be a city treasurer. So just in the interest of future succession, I think it's important to create workflows and manuals so that basically anybody can come into that office, whether they're qualified or not, because there actually are no qualifications for experience in the city charter, and that brings to mind another thing to take a look at in regards to the charter. But I think it's important to have workflows and manuals there so that just about anybody can walk into the office and learn at least a good amount to be able to walk into the position and get to work. One of the things that was left for us upon taking the office was about 50 banker's boxes of old documents. And at first glance, they seem to be pretty useless. Meeting minutes and such from 10 years ago. But because we are working in government, there is a record-keeping policy. So we're working with the city clerk's office, and we actually have to go page by page to make sure that we're complying with the record-keeping policy. And we're not just throwing away things that are supposed to be retained. The benchmark and maturity ladder, working to improve that. That's a little bit similar to what I was talking about, trying to move our data to be more granular and move from an annual basis to a quarterly basis. It helps us to project our cash flow needs. Cashiering, that's what I started off with, speaking about how the council wished to wait to possibly restore cashiering to the treasurer's office and rescind that emergency declaration that was passed in 2018 until after October of this year. So those are the 14 major initiatives that we're working on currently. And again, thank you for listening, and thank you to the public and to Finance Department and everybody else involved.
Thank you, City Treasurer Goodrich. I see someone signed up. I'm gonna, first of all, yeah, I could tell. Does any member of the city council member have questions or comment for the treasurer's report? Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for your report. Just have a question. Going back to the campaign, and now since you've been serving as city treasurer for probably 9 months, is the function of you serving as a city treasurer a full-time function or a part-time function?
It is a part-time function, and that's what I envisioned it as during the campaign. I said that, in my opinion and my view, that the city treasurer should be a part-time position, and basically providing oversight, and in this case, more than that as we rebuild it. There's more duties involved, and leave the experts to do the day-to-day type stuff.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say I appreciated very much the update from the Treasurer's Office. I appreciate the steps that are moving forward, and I just wanted to say thank you to everyone involved.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Along the lines of, well, first I do want to thank the Treasurer's Office for the work that they've done to move things forward from where we were in a horrible situation a year ago and for many years leading up to that. And we certainly hope that we don't ever return to a situation like that. And certainly some of the charter amendments that we've talked about but never implemented need to happen, and I hope that they will. But kind of as a follow-up to Councilmember Kaji's comments about the position's part-timeness, the current resolution of the city for the city treasurer states that the city treasurer shall devote full-time to the interests of the city. And so I'm concerned that if that's our resolution and we're not getting that, that something should change. Either the treasurer should move back to full-time, or we change the resolution. And based on your comments that you think it is a part-time position, maybe that's something that my colleagues would support, is the reevaluation and review of the current resolution for the treasurer's office, and consider reclassifying the position as part-time.
Council member, I understand your concern and appreciate it. For me, I'm not so much focused on time as I am results. And I'm proud of the work that we've done in the past 9 months and that we're set to do for the next coming couple of years to turn this around. I think this report speaks for itself, and frankly, I think the work that we're doing is pretty impressive. So I think the results are more important than the actual amount of time, unless there were specific other provisions in the resolution that you were concerned about.
Well, the fact that the current terms of the resolution aren't being met is a concern to me right off the bat. It says clearly in the resolution that, in fact, you in fact voted for it, is that the city treasurer shall devote full time to the interests of the city. It says that in black and white in the resolution. And you just said you're not.
That's correct. That resolution was passed under much different circumstances than we're facing today.
And so I'm suggesting that we make a change to that if that's not the case, and you feel that it should not be a full-time position. We should change the resolution to match what's happening. And that's my request of the council, is that if they agree that it should match, then I would like that as an item to be brought forward to the council for review. I'm not criticizing any of the actions of the department. I want to make sure that our resolution matches what's happening so that we don't create situations where we had before, where things are not working the way we asked them to be working and defined them in our charter and resolution. And so that's, I think, all that we were asking. I think that's where Councilmember Kaji started to go, and several people from the community have gone. And in fact, you've even made comments in your campaign to talk about the position. And so I think we should align the resolution for the position to what's currently happening and your current statements about your efforts in the position. I will not leave it hanging. I will ask for formal concurrence from my council to bring forward an item to review the treasurer's resolution.
I have a couple of questions. Can we ask them before we? Thank you.
Please.
Okay. So maybe we'll let some council members ask a question. I think you don't want to keep it hanging.
Yeah. Thanks.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for presenting a detailed report. It's very comprehensive. Also, I want to thank the city clerk. I requested them to provide us the roles and responsibilities for treasurer's position. So thank you for providing that detailed as well. So Mr. Goodrich, Mr. Treasurer, what do you think is the roles and responsibility as in your vision? What do you see as it should be?
Little clarification on your question. Are you talking about the end result after the analysis and of all the different systems is done, or are you talking about right now as we're going through it?
What basically I'm asking, number one, what do you think currently that we have in resolution for the job of a treasurer, and what do you see? What's your vision for that job in the future or the currently that you're doing it?
Okay. So my vision for the job is, as I mentioned during the campaign, an oversight role to provide checks and balances, to continually be able to take a look at the policy of the office to maximize returns and make sure everything is operating as efficiently as possible. And the reason behind that is because, as we've experienced with 2 of the last 3 treasurers that have been elected, is they were not treasury professionals. And since there are no qualifications for office, that tells me that, this bad situations can happen again. So at that point, my solution is to come in, have a policy mind, provide those checks and balances, make sure things are operating efficiently, and let the people who have actual investment and treasury experience handle that part of the operations.
And the roles and responsibilities sent by the Madam Clerk to us, did you have a chance to look at those?
I did not get a copy of those.
You were.
I'm sorry. I'm being told I was sent, but I'm. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I did. I did get this. I'm familiar with this.
So I think what my point, or what I'm trying to get to it, like Councilman Griffiths and Councilman Kaji's are asking, and you're saying that this is not a full-time job, and your vision is a part-time job. Even with your vision, would you be able to provide all these services to the community? Would you be able to do all this? What you have is it's a lot of responsibility, a lot of information that is provided here. Do you think, as a part-time capacity, would you be able to do that?
Well, it depends on how you define city treasurer. Are you defining city treasurer as one individual that's elected city treasurer, or the city treasurer and their office, including the staff underneath them?
So let me ask you this then. How do you differentiate yourself with your predecessors doing the same role?
The long version or the short version?
I like to hear both.
Let me jump in to help a little bit. I believe the way that is written in the charter in the city attorney could help us, because I think there's a question before we answer the wrong question. I believe that paragraph is the city treasurer, which is Mr. Goodrich today.
Correct. Section 630 of the charter refers to the duties of the treasurer, and that's what everyone's referring to. Councilman Griffiths and Councilman Kaji earlier had referred to the resolution, which is our essentially a salary resolution, where there is a comment, as Councilman Griffiths pointed out, that talks about it being a full-time position.
Understand. I was just making sure.
So,
I
so,
understand the
so
question.
obviously it's a position that's in flux and has been for a number of years here. And that is exactly what the work I am doing now is meant to sort out, to determine what the responsibilities are in part, and also to fix the operations and mold it into something that the city treasurer and their purview is to make it.
I mean, obviously, I see there is a lot of good decisions have been made. That's why the presentation that you have, it would be obviously that you're very successful what you're doing right now. The movement from bringing back from finance back to your treasury office, help me understand the impact, and as you, the head of that treasury department, how can you perform your duties without being in the office? How do you vision that?
Okay, so that again is something that would require a rescinding that past resolution from 2018 to occur. It would bring ostensibly two people in cashiering currently assigned to finance back to the Treasury's office. Honestly, if the council decides they don't want to do that, that is perfectly okay with us. It makes our job easier, frankly. A part of the reason we were offering to do that is to relieve some of the load on the finance department and help the city out to be more operational efficient. But if the council doesn't want to do that, that's their purview. How would they be managed? Well, they would be managed, like I said, I think I view the role of the city treasurer to provide oversight and checks and balances, and in this case, what I'm doing now, policy guidance as we restore this office to its former position, or some semblance of it anyway. That's my role, and then I view the deputy city treasurer as having technical oversight of those two employees.
So as you being the head of the treasury, what do you recommend? You should keep it, or we should give it to finance?
My recommendation is to allow the council to make that policy decision, frankly. And we're willing to help out. It's something that we can accommodate for the good of the city. But if the council, for one reason or another, decides not to reassign those duties, that's okay by us as well.
But would you be able to perform the duties that being done right now without one?
The city treasurer's office can accommodate that, yes.
Uh, Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I may come back for a couple of questions, but thank you for now.
That's okay. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Wow, it was a very serious discussion to have at 12:15 in the morning. That brain's starting to shut down. I'm just happy that we actually have a city treasurer and a city treasurer update. I'm actually very grateful for that. I like the numbers. I know it's a difficult time. I do, I share the same concerns, like if it is part-time, whatever, but I think at this point it's irrelevant, what a resolution says. I think the actions of the department, of the office, is actually more important than what a resolution says. I do think we need to give it time to rebuild the office. I think the public in general likes to have an independent oversight. I think there was talks about possibly doing a charter amendment to eliminate the make it an appointed position and such. I actually like when people get to choose. I like that part of it, that people get to vote the actually city treasurer in. But having said that, I'm actually ready to accept and file this and see what happens in the next 6 months, and hopefully we can rebuild a nice methodology within the office to where it can stay or become truly a part-time position, and then we'll revisit it at that point. But until all those methods aren't put in place, I don't think you can really say that it's a part-time. As much as you would like it to make it a part-time, I think there's a lot of time that needs to be spent in rebuilding the functions of the city treasurer's office. But that's just me. So I'm just one person here.
Well, thank you, council member. And I should say also that the Treasury Department as it exists today is going to change a lot just in the next 12 months. As you can see from our timeline, these 14 major initiatives that we're studying and reviewing, all those things take time. And it's hard for me to make any recommendations to the council about this position, not knowing what the department's going to look like in 12 months based on the results of our analyses.
Yeah, and I do think that when you were elected for this position, I'm sure it's a lot different now than maybe the way you expected it to be. I think the unknown. It's really hard, in my opinion. It's really hard to make a determination whether it's going to be part-time or full-time without really getting the foundation of that office back together. That poor office was really just. It looked like almost like an abandoned room of one of the wings at City Hall. So. Just nice. It's nice to know that there's somebody in there that can actually answer some questions. I don't know. I'm sure our deputy city treasurer helped tremendously in putting this together. And the numbers, of course, are very important. I just think we're trying to beat this one to death tonight without. I said let's just give it a few months, 3 to 6 months, and see where the office is, and then we start talking about making changes to a resolution, time schedules, whatever, because until now you're still an elected official. So really, in the end, we can't really make too many changes other than just changing the verbiage on a resolution, which to me just seems like, it's not really going to change anything. So I don't know. I think we should just accept it, file, and move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll ask a few questions before I hand it over. First of all, thank you for the report, and thank you for answering my question. I'm just going to go down the PowerPoint charts and just kind of a little dialogue, just make sure that I actually understand. And the page 2, I think the second bullet. I'm just reading my comment. It's 7 staff members reduced to 1 intern deputy city treasurer on an emergency basis. And I guess my comment is that it seems like we did that for about 4 years, right? In your opinion, since you've been back, or do you think the finance department has the ability to do the things that the treasurer department is doing?
All of the things, or just are you referring specifically to the cashiering?
The cashier.
Well, they certainly have the ability, because they have been doing it for a number of years here.
Right. Okay. As a matter of fact, for the last 4 years, they did the entire treasurer's job pretty much before you came to take the seat. So that's my framework. And then we'll pause on that. The yields and earnings, I think they look very impressive. I think that's probably the intention of the chart. And the reason why I asked for 10 years as opposed to just a 1 year, because 1 year doesn't tell the whole story, right? Because it leads me to see what has the Treasury Department been doing, to see, and looking at page 6 of the updated package gives me a better idea. It almost makes me wonder, based on your short term as a treasurer, like, what happened in the past? I know it could be speculating, but that's the question I ask, right? Like, you know, maybe I'll make that a rhetorical question, unless you have an idea. It begs a question, you know, what has the office been doing? And I'm gonna flip through because I think some of this is in real time. And I think that's something to think about, because a lot of us look at what we experienced in the last 4 years. Then that's why I asked, you know, what happens even before then, and was there some process that we need to really change? And even in your report here, our investment policy, I'm wondering, that's something. Are you suggesting in today's presentation that maybe our investment policy is too stringent, and maybe we need to relook at that? That's what it sounds like.
Yes, you're right, Mayor. Our initial indications are that we have a very stringent investment policy, which can be a good thing, because it provides for more security, and ultimately that trumps everything else, is protection of taxpayer funds. But we are taking a look at everything, and we can make recommendations to changes in the Investment Advisory Committee if we think it's appropriate, but ultimately they would come before you for final approval.
So that's something you could do at some point, because there's an investment group that meets like once a month or something like that?
Our Investment Advisory Committee does meet once per month, and we get this in we get this investment policy approved on an annual basis. So that's certainly, that could be number 15, if you'd like it to be, is to review our investment criteria and bring any proposed changes, if any, to you for next year's approval.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think I'm always, you know, favor good ideas, right? Look at it. On page 20, which kind of surprised me, maybe I misinterpreted. I think it's a combination of page 19 and 20. It seems to say that per current investment policy, that we should have an independent review by an external audit firm of the city investment program every 3 years. Have we had that? Because the following page, maybe I'm thinking different thing. Your second bullet said never done that, and
Yes, there are actually two different audits. The first one that you're seeing on page 19 is one that, by the requirements of our investment policy, is required every 3 years for only internal controls. And the one that we're proposing on page 20 is not mandatory. It has not been done before, and it's broader in scope.
I see. Okay. I think those are all my markups. Once again, I just want to say thank you, and thank you, the new deputy treasurer. And anytime we see past 10 years, our yields were like this, and then within less than a year, our yields are like this. I think we all should be happy. I think just like looking at our budget, we're on the right slope. I think let's celebrate victories when we can. So with that, I'll go to Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you again, Mayor. I just want to reiterate that tonight I'm very pleased with the report that the treasurer's given us on the update of the progress of the city treasurer's office. But we also did hear that the treasurer stated that he treats this job as a part-time position currently. And I'll ask the question to the treasurer: do you anticipate this becoming a full-time job anytime in the near future?
Again, council member, I'm going to repeat what I said earlier, is I cannot anticipate what this office is going to look like in the next year. There are, as you see, many different aspects of the office that we're evaluating, and we could find things based on best practices in other cities that lead me to change my idea of what the office is compared to what my idea of the office is at this very moment. We don't know what we don't know. But that's all stuff that'll be fleshed out in the coming approximately 12 months based on this timeline here, and we'll be able to provide you more information at that point.
Anyway, but irregardless, based on your comments again tonight and the fact that we have a resolution that states something opposite of the current situation, I'm not asking for any decision tonight. I'm only asking for an item to come back to discuss any potential changes to the resolution, including changing the position to part-time. And that can be changed again if we deem that this position should be reverted back to full-time. But I would like, personally, I think it's important that we have a resolution that matches what's happening in the office. And we've already experienced tremendous trouble when the behavior of an official, it doesn't match the behavior that is defined by either the charter or by council resolution or by other means. And so that's my simple request tonight, is no decision has to be made. I would just like to get concurrence from my colleagues to have an item come forward to discuss the possibility of updating the resolution to match what the current treasurer's functions are. That's all I'm asking for.
Let me ask for a clarification, Councilman Griffiths, because I just want to make sure I understand that everyone else does, or I might be the only person in this whole chamber who doesn't know. I believe the description that we just read was actually in the isn't it in the charter?
The duties that were being discussed were the charter. What Councilman Griffiths was referring to was the salary resolution that lists the position as a full-time position.
Okay,
So
and the
that's
charter
difference.
doesn't.
The charter is silent as to whether it's full-time or part-time.
Okay, I just want to make
Mayor,
sure that's clear.
if I may, Adam Chaparro, City Manager, over the years, the council has added functions and duties to the office of the city treasurer, and as such, the compensation was adjusted to reflect the scope.
Sure.
And so over the course of the last several years, when we ended up transferring those functions over, the charter has remained the one constant, the principal document. But the position did evolve over the years through professionalism, certifications, premiums, and then reflecting the benefit package with elected officials. That's the history.
Okay. Understand. I just want to make sure everyone's clear, because, I mean, the same could be said as a councilman or a mayor, right? Because I think ours is written as a part-time position somewhere.
Your compensation is enumerated in the charter. I don't believe it clarifies whether or not it's a part-time or full-time position.
Okay, I guess I was reading somewhere it said it's a part-time position. I'm not sure where it's captured.
The part-time language is from the resolution.
It's also resolution.
Yeah.
The resolution says full-time.
Sorry, the resolution says full-time. This charter is silent as to whether it's full-time or part-time.
Right, but the resolution for the mayor and council is part-time.
I'd have
That's
to look
not the
at it.
question.
Yeah.
Okay.
But as to the treasurer, as Councilman Griffith says, it says that it's full-time. The charter is silent as to whether it's full-time or
Got it.
part-time.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, back to you.
Yeah, I
Councilman Griffin.
apologize if I'm making this really confusing. It says, really, in my mind, it's very simple. We have a resolution, Resolution 2018-110, that was voted on by this body in 2018, including Councilmember Goodrich, who signed it and should be well aware of all the terms in this resolution. And there's one specific term here that is clearly not matched with what's currently happening. And haven't we had enough problems where the treasurer isn't doing what is defined by the rules of our organization? And so I'm just saying, let's change this resolution so it reflects the current conditions. If the conditions change, we can change the resolution again. We have the power to change this resolution anytime we need to or want to. But I think we should, at a minimum, get it to match with what the treasurer just told us is his capability of fulfilling this job on a full or a part-time basis. And he clearly said part-time. And that's all I want to do is just, let's discuss this resolution. I know maybe most of you don't have this resolution in front of you. And I read the exact sentence in the resolution. It says the city treasurer shall devote full time to the interests of the city. Clearly, that's not happening. And so either we ask the treasurer to change his behavior and make it full time, or we modify the resolution. And I don't think the treasurer is ready to make this his full-time position. Is that something you would consider today?
That is not something I'd be willing to consider. That's not something I campaigned on, and that is not what I have envisioned for the office.
So that's my point, is let's reflect the resolution. We don't have to do it tonight. Let's bring an item back. All I'm asking is you decide, do you want to match this resolution to the current operating conditions, or are we willing to let this go where things don't match and we're not operating in a proper manner? So we can discuss it ad nauseum at an earlier hour if we bring it back. That's all I'm asking. Do I have any concurrence?
Let me ask a question. What you're saying is that this is not happening right now, so it's not happening right now, but there's no ramifications. It's still been going on the way it is.
So is that okay to you that someone is operating in a position that's contrary to their definition of what their job is supposed to be doing?
Unless we clarify what will be how are we going to handle that? Just by saying that we got to change it, but if it doesn't happen the way we want it, what's the outcome of this? I'm not
To
getting.
get the resolution to reflect the actual.
So right now, what resolution says it's not happening. So what are we doing to fix that? Nothing.
I'm asking for something to be done to fix it.
He's asking that the staff.
I want the resolution to be revised to reflect the current conditions, like what was done before. In 2018, the council took action and revised the resolution to reflect the changes that were made in 2018. And so the current resolution states that this is a full-time position. That's obviously not what's happening today. So I'm just suggesting that we revisit the resolution so that it matches what's happening. It's really not rocket science.
No, it's not rocket science, but we're having a hard time though. I don't think you got a response from your questions. I'm gonna go to Councilman Matucci. You could come back for it since
Sure.
since he punched in his name. Councilman Matucci.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Mayor. I think one major component that we're forgetting is that the city treasurer is an elected official. Okay, changing a resolution is not going to dictate anything as far as, Tim, you got to clock in and clock out. I'm sorry, I'm referring to you as Tim, but just for discussion purposes. I mean, if we can get clarification, I mean, I understand the argument here. I mean, I get it. Resolution, full-time, part-time. But if the if a city attorney can explain to me and the rest of the council, when an elected official, such as the city treasurer, decides not to show up to work, it was obvious in the last 4 years we couldn't do anything about it. So in this particular case, whether it's resolution that says full-time or part-time, I don't think it's just going to make any difference. Now, we can bring it back for discussion, but it's still going to be the same thing. Treasurer Goodrich is going to run his office the way he deems the best way possible. Is that a fair assumption, that we don't have powers to have him clock in and clock out?
The only grounds to, if an elected official, such as the city treasurer, was not doing their job, as we've had in the past, the only grounds is to go through the removal process. So that'd be the way to address that, or change the charter to reflect what you want the position to be, or what the responsibilities are, or the qualifications for
But a
that.
removal process would be a recall.
Correct.
Okay, that's something that, I mean, anybody can initiate something
Any
like
member
that,
of the public can initiate
but obviously that's not the case here. So that's why I'm saying we just accept and file and revisit this in 6 months and see how the office is doing. If it's something to where, we need to revise a resolution, and I mean, again, that resolution is going to mean absolutely nothing other than have it reflect exactly whatever the time is being allotted to come to work or not, or show up. But I'm going to have to agree with Goodrich on this one, is that it's a results-based job. If the job's getting done and the office is running smooth and the investments are returned, I'm okay with that. It's a hell lot better than what we've had for the last 4 years. So I'm very grateful that we have something in place. So promises were made, I get it, but situations, circumstances change. So I just want an office that's functional, working, and whether you show up to work 2 hours a day or 10 hours a day, I don't care, just as long as the job's done. And we don't have any power over you showing up to work or not. It's obviously that this office is you. It's your office. You're an elected official, and I think we're beating this one to death. So I would like to make a motion to accept and file and just move on.
Do you mind I know we're beating a dead horse, but Councilwoman Lewis wants to speak before the horse is dead, okay? Councilwoman Lewis.
Oh, there's no bringing that horse back to life. None. I was also going to make a motion, but I wanted to ask, Mayor, if you would consider taking these as two separate things, perhaps. The motion to accept and file, and then go back to Council Member Griffiths, and that way everyone's concerns are addressed.
Just to be clear, I'm not asking for any action tonight.
Correct, you're, for concurrence.
And I'll wait until orals if you would rather me do it after we accept and file it.
No, I'm just saying, can we take these in two separate things? So let's get one off the plate. I will second Councilmember Matucci's motion to get that one off the plate, and then we can come back and do a concurrence.
Yeah, I don't think it's a matter of asking if it's okay. I think we could treat this as is, as Councilman Griffiths already said. These are two separate items. So I would just, if you want to treat this item by itself, I would just press forward.
It's not even an item.
Start voting, please.
Well, actually, we've moved it to admin, so we have to allow public comment.
Sorry about that. Do we have anyone from the public who wish to speak on this topic? Who can walk a little faster? It's 12:38. I gotta pick on someone to have a little humor. I know he could take it. I mean well.
James Henry, I have a question for the city treasurer. Is there something preventing you from devoting 100% of the time to do the job, such as another job or something similar?
Is there something preventing me?
Yes.
There's life is preventing me.
Besides,
No,
besides
actually,
life.
Mr. Henry, I campaigned on the premise that I envisioned this as a part-time office, and before we undertake all our analysis, I still envision that to be the case, although that could change based on our findings over the next 12 months here. I hope that answers your question.
Well, if you're required to be here 100% of the time, is that possible?
I think that brings us back to the discussion that we were just having for the last 30 minutes here.
Thank you, sir, but I know, but your time is up. That's what happens when you ask questions instead of making a comment. Do we have anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this topic? Mr. Henry, I believe the gist of your question he understands, I think. Okay, I don't see anyone, so we'll bring it back up here.
Is she coming up for speaking?
I think she's getting coached on what to ask. If that's the case, we might have to start the clock before you get to the mic.
I think I'm supposed to ask, is the part-time job 65,000? If it's a part-time job, the salary should stay at 65,000.
We understand your comment. We understand your comment. If it's a full-time job today, it's that would be discussed in the future. We know the current resolution has a salary compensation, and we know that's where we're heading somewhere. Okay. Anyone else from the public? If not, let's bring it back up for the council. Do we want to take action? I think Councilman Matucci.
Move to accept and file.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Super. We're now moving on to item 9A from the city manager. Is there a staff?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to add one last comment.
Sure.
Wanted to give the council and the public a heads up that my partner and I were expecting a young girl within the next 2 weeks here. So over the course, once that happens, over the course of the following month or two, I may be a little bit less responsive than normal, and I may miss 1 or 2 council meetings because of that. Basically, parental leave.
Thank you very much. And congratulations. We're now moving on to item 9A from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good morning. Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9A is a recommendation of the city manager that city council adopt a resolution pursuant to memorandum of understanding setting forth the hours, wages, and working conditions for Torrance municipal employees, AFSCME Local 1117, in the amount of $5,686,509 for the period of January 1, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, and repeal resolution number 2019-38 in its entirety. And also adopt resolutions amending resolution number 2018-109 for the city attorney and resolution number 2020-97 for the city manager, which updates their car allowance. Representatives of management and TME AFSCME have been meeting and conferring, and parties have come to an agreement for an 18-month contract. The main changes include increases to the city health insurance contribution, full-time employee cash in lieu of insurance opt-out option, a 4% base increase for all members, and one-time market adjustments for 20 of 35 classifications this MOU covers. I want to thank our city departments, especially Human Resources and Finance, for their assistance and responsiveness, and also your honorable body for supporting our continuous efforts. I also want to take the time to say thank you to TME AFSCME's leadership for their collaboration, patience, and trust in the process, and I look forward to continuing our good faith efforts to reach an agreement to address one-time market adjustments for the remainder of the 15 classifications. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any comments or questions from the council? Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I just would like to thank everyone involved, even the residents of Torrance, and I just would like them to know that an extraordinary amount of commitment and work went into this effort, and I thank the staff for that. The long meetings until 2 in the morning and later were often discussing what's best for the city and all of the people involved. So I would just like to acknowledge everyone and let people know that every associate in Torrance is appreciated and is valued. And we did and we will continue to do our best to acknowledge that. So thank you again for all your hard work, everyone that's down here. I appreciate it. And your focus to ensure that we're providing just exceptional services and keeping Torrance a strong but also sustainable at the same time. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the council have comments or questions? Is my mic working? I think so. If not, we'll go to the public. Do anyone from the public wish to make a comment? I don't see any. So I'm going to ask the clerk for a number and title, please.
Your Honor, the first is resolution number 2023-44, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for employees represented by the Torrance Municipal Employees, AFSCME Local 1117, and repealing resolution number 2019-38. The second is resolution number 2023-45, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2020-97, setting forth changes regarding the hours, wages, and working conditions for city manager effective April 23rd, 2023. And the last one is resolution number 2023-46, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2018-109, setting forth changes regarding the hours, wages, and working conditions for city attorney effective April 23rd, 2023.
Move to adopt resolutions 2023-44, 2023-45, and 2023-46.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 9B from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good morning, everyone. Yes, there is. Thank you, Mayor Chin, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Michael Smith from the City Manager's Office. 6 months ago, the City Council requested staff bring back an item regarding the creation of a new city logo and consider the My Torrance app branding as a basis. Council also suggested creating a process that would encourage the public's participation, including a contest. So from March 1st through March 31st, we invited the community to take part in an official city logo competition. A total of 98 entries were received, in addition to 12 respondents that recommended that the city keep the existing logo. The contest outlined that submissions would be judged on their visual appeal, adherence to the concept, quality of design, and ease of reproduction. Before you tonight is a recommendation of the city manager that the City Council provide direction to staff regarding the 98 entries for a new city logo. All of the participants were invited to attend tonight's meeting. All of the entries were published on our city's website for at least 2 weeks, along with announcements in the e-newsletter and social media. Now, as we go through the slides, and no, we're not going through 98 slides. Maybe we, no. If there's an entry or entries that you would like to see more of, please note the number on the slide, and we will bring it back up full screen along with any other variations that were submitted once we've shown all the entries. There are several options available to the City Council for consideration. Number one, select an entry as it was submitted, or two, select an entry and recommend modifications. Three, determine no entries are acceptable and extend the deadline. Four, direct staff to create and submit alternatives. Direct staff to work with, number five, direct staff to work with online local designers using professional artists. Six, direct staff to develop a request for proposals and establish a budget. And then finally, do not replace the existing logo at this time. We'd like to reiterate, should the council change the logo, staff recommends a gradual transition, which will not cause an expenditure of new funds. As the city upgrades city signage in the future, the new logo may be added at that time. Finally, we'd like to thank all of the participants that took the time to design and submit an entry. Having the courage to submit and share your work is impressive. And to put a little bit more succinct, Albert Einstein, of all people, said, "Creativity is intelligence having fun." Mayor, we stand by for any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I think we're having a lot of fun tonight. I think the first person is Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to all the participants. I mean, there's some pretty creative people in town. But you know, having said that, none of them really stood out and invited me in and saying, "Hey, that's our next look," you know. So personally, at this time, I'd probably go with number 7. Not because I don't want to change the logo. I think it does need to be upgraded. But it may not just be an immediate necessity. Yeah, number 7. No, number 7 on the recommendations. Wow, it's number 7. What does number 7 look like? Oh no,
That looks like my high school logo.
Your high school logo. Huh? But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great entries. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it looks like a surf company, like a surfboard company. Yeah, there's obviously a lot of talented people out there, but yeah, I would probably go with recommendation number 7, which is to do not replace the existing logo at this time. But we definitely need to revisit this, and I do like the idea of the public participating in it. But at the same time, you know, we did get some pretty funny ones that came through. So number 7 is probably the direction I want to go, unless we hear something else.
Okay, Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I also agree. We were kind of giddy upstairs when we were looking at the blown-up colored versions of the submissions, and Torrance is definitely full of talented and creative people. On one of the logos that we did see, City Clerk Poirier and I had the same idea about using number 87 perhaps and adopting that as a city seal. So those are the gold things that you would see on normal documents. I think you have, one in front of you. Well, I mean, on the actual document.
Oh,
and
which is up there.
If that's a consideration, I think we both had that same idea that would make a fantastic city seal that has not been updated since, Ms. Poirier, do you know? Okay. Okay, so perhaps that's something that we may consider. And as far as the logo, the actual logo is concerned, I agree with Councilor Member Matucci about option number 7 for the exception of considering number 87 as an official City of Torrance seal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to thank everyone that participated in this. I had a favorite. I'm going to acknowledge Eric, number 21. However, with that said, I just recently got new signs. I live on a corner, and I just got new street signs with our current logo. So I don't know how long that logo's been in place, but that's how long the phase-in process was to get street signs. I feel our current logo represents our city really well. I look at it as being the center or core of all of South Bay. We are the largest in the South Bay. We are the core. We supply all of the major services that everybody uses, the ports with fuel, the airport with fuel. We are a balanced city. So I like our current logo. I would be supporting recommendation number 7 to leave the current logo in place at this time. But I did want to acknowledge Eric. Thank you.
Eric, hopefully you're awake. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you to the 98, well, it was less than 98, but for all the 98 concepts, I think it was a great exercise for us to see all this various, this great content that has been generated from within our own city. While I did laugh while I walked through the boards, there were some that were obviously made in jest, but I keep getting drawn back to that cat picture. I don't know why.
We all did.
Yeah, but anyway, I do believe that looking at all these submissions and looking at the focus on the current logo that we have now, as well as the Torrance app logo, I think it does provide some future look, but I do believe that logos are a serious exercise as part of the city's overall branding. So while I think that this was a great expression for, from the residents and from those here in the city, I do think as we move ahead, I'm fine with what we have now, but I do want to leave the door open as we do look at how we better position the city going into the future. So I will opt for number 7 at this time, but can't get that cat out of my head. So thank you.
Maybe we should show the cat so everyone see it. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to just share a couple thoughts on this, but I'm also in agreement that number 7 is the right choice for today. But I've traveled the state and I've traveled the country, and I've met a lot of elected officials and seen their business cards and their logos. And I really think our logo really represents our city well. As much as I like our bridge and the new app and the logo that's incorporated into that, anyone outside of our city won't have a clue what that is. And they'll look at that and say, well, I have no idea what that is. But when they look at our logo today, it's pretty obvious what it is. That we're the central hub of the South Bay in the LA area, and it really represents our city well, and I'm very happy with our current logo. But I love to see the creativity of our public, and thank you all for making your submissions. Thank you.
Looks like only one person has shown their card so far, as Councilwoman Kalani. So I'm gonna join her that I did have a favorite among, and I liked the first one actually. I thought the first one represented our city very well. And I think it goes well on shirts. It goes well on pin. It goes the color and it represents our city because the current logo looks fine and because I'm used to it. But as Councilman Griffiths says, if you go around outside California or across the country, no one knows the map of Torrance, but this kind of presents a little bit of or the central part of Torrance. Yeah, or the central part of Torrance, you know, of LA. I just think this logo has a lot to tell us. I can see some of my colleagues just nodding their head, you know. Yeah, so I was going to pick a different recommendation that, you know, this is something to stool on, and maybe if someone else can make it better. But I already see 6 votes going for option 7. So with that, I'm going to, and I thank all the public who participated, because it is a serious job, because this is branding. We're talking about marketing. We talk about revenue generating and branding. You know, people pay a lot of money for advertising, and it should be done very seriously, because a logo sticks around for a long time. Anyone from the public wish to speak? I think there's someone. Oh, he's Mr. Williams. You've been waiting for a long time.
Okay, there we go. Well, I live in North Torrance. This gives me faith in something. I just wish that the public process could be more like with people, but this temperature, it's kind of cold in here, but I mean, as far as the respect, I really, really respect you for serving. I really do, and I don't feel you deserve. I don't know if you've heard Theodore Roosevelt's "The Man in the Arena." He didn't write it at the time that you said "the person in the arena." I think it's quite poetic the way it's written, but I want you to read that and realize that I think that about all of you. That you come here, you sit down, you listen to people heckle you, and it raises my blood pressure, because I just don't think you deserve that. Any of you, even you paid professionals, I don't think you deserve it. This is a great city. This is an awesome city. A house down the street from me in North Torrance sold for $1.1 million. That's the verdict, not that.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? You're going to tell us which logo you like?
Hello, my name is Garrett Burke. I'm actually a professional graphic designer. Submitted 5 logos, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 37. And I would agree with the comment that branding for a city is very, very serious business. I know Hermosa Beach just redid their branding. Manhattan Beach just redid their branding. And I personally would like to see Torrance branding elevated. A successful logo is read as you run. It has to be able to be seen very quickly, has to be adaptable. It can be embroidered, it can be put on trucks, it can be put in concrete. My experience, I've designed for Star Wars, James Bond, Harry Potter. If you ever see at the end of a movie, no animals were harmed in the making of this motion picture, I did that logo. So that's my experience. So I agree with many of the comments that were being said here. It's a very serious business, and I hope if you do pursue it, you know my name, Garrett Burke, Torrance resident, and thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anyone else from the public? You did not get coached on this one, did you? No. I'm still awake.
So I'm actually looking at number 3, the one with the squirrel with the nut, because at 1 in the morning, that we're all thinking about logos right now, you're all nuts. One with the nut, squirrel, number 7.
Okay,
Get it? Or no, number 3.
we're all nuts. Okay, got it. Thank you. We needed that. All right. I think I know where we're going with this. We'll bring it back to the council. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I want to say thank you to everyone that submitted designs. There were a lot of great designs. None of them necessarily raised to the level of, hey, let's change the logo of a city. But let's please keep this alive, and the idea of rebranding, I think, should be in the near future. And we got somebody that we might call for a bid. But at this point, I'd like to make a motion to go with the recommendation number 7, which is do not replace the existing logo at this time.
Second.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. There are no agency agendas, no second reading of ordinances. We're going on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments not on the agenda. Under Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers on the oral communications are limited to oral communication number 1 or number 2 and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Speakers, please turn off your cell phone when you come to the microphone. If you're presenting a handout, please provide 10 copies to the city clerk. Do we have anyone from the public who wish to speak who has not spoken during oral communications number 1?
One last time, and I mean this in all sincerity, we love you all, and you guys do deserve the respect of being up there, being elected, and poor Treasurer Goodrich, I was gonna say, poor guy, he left, but Pork Chop left. I mean, he was lucky Pork Chop wasn't here, I gotta tell you. Anyways, have a good night, and stay safe. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of our first responders. I'm proud of our police. Thank you. Keep us safe, and you guys be safe, and our fire, and all of our city workers, and thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. I think we'll bring back to the council. What I see is first person is Councilman Matucci.
I have nothing tonight, but good night, everyone.
Councilman Shake.
Good morning and good night.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to, first of all, let the public know that I, and along with my colleague, Councilwoman Lewis, attended the Southern California Association of Governments Conference last week. As usual, I was a voting delegate, so I voted on the issues that the association had brought before the General Assembly. So I hope I represented Torrance well. I voted according to the recommendations. But it's always a great opportunity to meet other fellow electeds, and I certainly enjoyed my time there, and look forward to future conferences. I do want to request concurrence from my colleagues to do something I feel is important, that we need to have our resolutions matching things, and so I do want to request concurrence from my colleagues to bring forth an item to review the city treasurer's resolution and see if there's any changes that should be made.
I think I have, you got 7.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you all very much, and good night.
Councilman Kaji.
Mahalo and aloha.
Oh. Are you hinting, you're heading somewhere? Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. The Torrance Theater Company invites you to the last show of the 2022-2023 season, Native Gardens, from June 3rd through June 24th. Tickets are $30. Time for a good laugh? See the show. I've got a script. Go to www.torrancetheatercompany.com for tickets and more information. It's located at 1316 Cabrillo Avenue in downtown Torrance. And then I just want to thank all of my fellow members of council, mayor, and all of the leadership staff for everything you do. I also want to thank all the associates that are, some of them working right now, to keep Torrance just the good city it is. And there's a lot of good, and it's because all of you. So thank you. And then I have to wish all the moms out there a happy Mother's Day. So kiss your mom. Thanks. Good night.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Lewis.
Good morning, and I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your week, and I'll see you back here in 2.
All right, that comes back to me. And I too want to echo happy Mother's Day to all the mothers and all the future mothers and even the grandmothers. As we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest, and stay informed. Your involvement continues to shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. Thanks to City Cable for sharing our meetings live. In case you missed any portion of this meeting, you can find it archived online on torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. And now I'll take a motion to adjourn. It's 1.
We have to go back
We have
up.
a few
Oh.
items left, sorry.
You see, I still got a lot of energy. We're gonna recess to closed session. 1:10 a.m. 4 minutes. It's 2:56. We're back from closed sessions. City Manager, anything to report out?
Nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
Super. At this moment, we'll take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn tonight's city council meeting to Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023 at 5 o'clock PM for closed session. Regular business commencing at 6:30 PM in the council chamber.
I second that.
Start voting, please. Seriously, Councilmember Shake. Your Honor, that motion carries with council members Lewis and Shake voting no.
And that means they're gonna stay here tonight. All right, good morning.